core for enlightenment ecosystem, making you all manifest the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailas of Paramashiva, and making all of us manifest Paramashiva.
In a world ravaged
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Yes, we're back. In the next segment of this program, we're going to be understanding about the time and space continuum. Previously, Swamiji had expanded upon the Kala Tattva. What is the Kala Tattva and what is time? Now, the Supreme Founder of Buddhism, Swamiji, is going to be expanding on the topic of time and space continuum. Like previously, it has all come back to the space of listening, come back to a space of deep restful awareness, move from the space of hearing to listening, so that all the truths being delivered by the Supreme Founder of Hinduism can be imbibed into our being, can become a part of our very cognition. And that can happen only in the space of listening. So please sit straight, your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes. And remember Swamiji in your third eye. Visualize Swamiji sitting there in your third eye as Paramashiva with the 25 heads and 50 hands. In this deep, restful space of awareness that is now enter into the sattva.
Paramashiva's direct message from Kailasa. The dimension of Chidabhasa of the universe where the activism of Chit and absolute pure existential reality of Chit. Listen, the activism of Chit, we call it as Shakti. Its pure existence of Chit is called Paramapurusha. These two together, in its pure being space and intense doing space, both together, is the dimension of Chidabhasa. That space of Chidabhasa is the source of all these 5 dimensions of the universe: length, breadth, depth, time, space. Because modern day scientists are trying to use 2 different words, time and space, I am also using the same way, but in reality, time and space is a single sheet. One edge is called time, another edge is called space. There is no watertight compartment or clear fourth wall built between these two. As I said, for some people, that same 100-meter cloth, 70-meter will be time, 30 will be space. For some, the 30-meter will be time and 70-meter will be space. That the time, space, both are same sheet. Imagine. I can even use the word sheath. Avarana. Sheath. Sheath is also apt word. Understand? Whether you know it or not, realize it or not, your thought current and your reality is not separated by any wall or any border. What you again and again persistently put in your space starts manifesting in your time. What you again and again and again practice in your time starts manifesting in your space. As I said, this time and space does not have a clear-cut border. For some people, in this time-space continuum, in the time-space dimension, if it's 100-meter, consider it as 100-meter long cloth. For some people, 70-meter is time and 30-meter is space. For some people, 30-meter is time, 70-meter is space. For some people, even only 2-meter is time and 98-meter is space. For some people, 98-meter is time and 2-meter is space. Listen. When the length dimension its possibilities in all its multiple level, it gives birth to breadth dimension. When the length dimension and breadth dimension both starts manifesting all its possibilities in multiple level, it gives birth to depth dimension. When the length dimension, depth dimension, breadth dimension, all three starts giving birth to all the infinite dimensions of them in multiple levels, in all possibilities, spontaneously and simultaneously, they give birth to the dimension called time. When Paramashiva's direct message from Mahakailasa, listen. Chidambara, the arena of the cosmic dance, is living space. Understand? Modern day scientists, with their human mind, are able to understand about space only now, too little and too late. Understand? They are trying to understand space. Modern day scientists are trying to understand space. What they understood till now, too little and too late. Thousands of years before, Hindus had a clear understanding about what is space. Space is living existence, living entity. I should say closer to consciousness. Space is very closer to consciousness. I'll give you some of the important, powerful cognitions about space. Just if you internalize this, you can use the power of space in your day-to-day life in a very practical way, simple and very practical way. First, space is a living entity. It's not emptiness, it's not dead, it is living. Second, it is very close to consciousness. Third, the space you are carrying inside you, where the thoughts manifest, is directly connected to the space where this universe is established. Chidakasa, your conscious inner space, is directly connected to Mahakasa, where this universe is established. The space where this universe is established is directly connected to the space, your inner space where you are established. It means you have absolute ability to influence, inspire, directly intervene with the outer space on which the world is established. Any mass has a power to influence the space. When you are able to influence space through which you can influence anything which is established in the space, and just by sheer power of thoughts, you can raise, lower your mass, through which you can influence the space, through which you can influence anything established in the space. Please understand. When you meditate on cognize something very heavy, higher than your brain can grasp, your space becomes powerful, that can influence the space outside, and anything established in the space outside. I'll repeat. Very recently, modern day scientists are trying to understand how to influence the space, how space can be manipulated to make our lives more comfortable and better. But thousands and thousands of years ago, Hindus had clear knowledge. This time-space balancing itself and the speed of the light is constant, and the continuum of time-space balancing itself almost like eternal. All these are known to Hindus long before, thousands and thousands of years before. I'll add some more truths. Thoughts can travel using space as medium. Anything which has a mass can influence space, through that can influence anything established in the space. Let me be more clear and straight. Just through your thought, power of cognition, the power of your inner space, Chidambara, you can influence anything established in the space, whether sun or the moon or the universe or the black hole or the Big Bang, anything established in the space can be influenced through the power of your inner space. Contemplate on this. I have come down from Samadhi, brought these few important truths for all of you to chew, internalize this. Let's understand this concept, Kevala. Whenever you relate with the past connections, when you work with the past relationships, that time pulls you into that space. because of the time-space continuum. See, a being which understands it is alone, Kevala, is a base material, raw material, where extraordinary powers, experiences, and enlightenment itself can flower. But once your inner space experiences the past times, naturally the time pulls you into the past space. Then for next 9 months, the possibility of enlightenment is postponed. The possibility of extraordinary experiences is postponed. Again, it takes 9 months for any human being to sink the idea, Kevala, I am alone. The first lesson kids should be taught in our schools is they are orphans. Understand? First lesson a child should learn is there is nobody. He is responsible for his head and body being together. He is responsible for his hand hanging in his body. He is responsible for his leg connected to his body. Child should learn this lesson first. But normally it looks very cruel, brutal. Even the brahmacharini was shocked. She said, "What is this, Swamiji? It's too cold." I said, life is cold. Don't try to make it hot. Don't say it is cold. Use right word. It's cool. Child should know neither the father nor the mother or the relatives are going to be in his or her frequency. His or her frequency is going to be independently intelligent. Please understand, it is not going to be the extension of the parent's intelligence. God creates, never recreates. You are going to be independently intelligent. Unfortunately, this time-space continuum constantly as the extension of intelligence. I have seen this kind of mental setup, this kind of people. They will never be productive. They will be such a lazy people. Even in their personal life. I am seeing all over the world this kind of, all kinds of specimens I am seeing. This kind of people, they will be such a lazy, such a unproductive people. They can't do anything else except criticizing. They live in Kali Yuga. They live in Kali Yuga. That's the worst state to be in. If you understand, still Dharma is alive. Still Dharma is prevalent. Still, that is the way the cosmos is functioning. Cosmos has not changed the way because the time has passed. No. When you understand that, suddenly you will see your inner space will become Satya Yuga. You will start attracting friends, things, everything of the same energy, same consciousness, same Satya Yuga space. The third technique, understand, first technique is Shakti to change whatever you can. Second is Buddhi to accept whatever you can't. Third, it's important thing, Yukti. Yukti means clarity. Clarity. How much you change or accept, this whole thing is a one more dream. Understand? the ultimate step in Vedanta, or I can say ultimate truth in a simple words. Whether you accept or change, how much you accept or how much you change, the whole thing is a changing dream. There is no scale. The whole thing is changing dream. Now I am putting the whole thing in one word. You don't need to struggle at all. This is I can say, ultimate truth. What we call Zen or Advaita. The ultimate truth. However you change, the whole thing is a constant changing dream. If you understand this truth, how much you change, the whole thing is constantly changing dream. Suddenly you will see you are unclutched. You have a tremendous relaxation inside you. People ask me, if everything is changing dream, then I can do whatever I want. Please understand. If you internalize the truth, everything is a changing dream, you will not be able to do whatever you want. You will do whatever cosmos wants you. You will not be able to do whatever you want, because the moment you understand this truth, the tremendous inner healing will start happening. The struggle or the suffering will come to an end. One glimpse, whatever is happening is a changing dream. It is constantly changing. Your ideas are changing. Your ideas about changing is changing. Your ideas about transformation is changing. Your ideas about problem is changing. The whole thing changes. For example, sometimes people come and ask me, Swamiji, 12 years before I started my spiritual practice, I thought all my struggles will end. But after 12 years, still I have struggles. Understand? You may have struggles, but not same struggles. The transformation in struggles means transformation in you has happened. 12 years before, you might have been fighting with something else. After 12 years, you might be fighting with something else. When your opponent has changed, be very clear, you have changed. Your opponent cannot change without you changing. It means transformation has happened. Now your fight is happening in different level. In different level. Means the whole thing is changing. 12 years before, what was your desire? What was your fear? What you define as transformation? What you define as mukti? Even those things change. Your concept about liberation constantly changes. The more you expand, the idea also changes. I always tell people, enlightenment experience is ultimate, but not final. That's a big difference. Ultimate means all your ideas about enlightenment will disappear. All your ideas about body, mind, everything will disappear. That does not mean everything is over. It will be constantly exploding into a different space. This moment, you will think, oh God, this is the ultimate experience I can bear. Not more than this. But that does not mean it ends there. Every moment you will be having the same feeling. That is what I call enlightenment. It is a limitless continuum. Please understand. Limitless continuum. It will be exploding, but constantly. What you think as ultimate now will be happening in you. After a few minutes, what you think as ultimate now will be happening in you. What you think as ultimate in this moment will be happening. Limitless continuum. The continuously. The whole thing is changing. It means your idea about enlightenment, your idea about desire, your idea about greed, your idea about you, your idea about Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat. All the three will change. Constantly it will be changing. That is what I call enlightenment. Please understand. People think enlightenment is retirement. No. No, you have an idea. After enlightenment, I will do this. I will do that. People come and ask me, Swamiji, what should I plan to do after enlightenment? I tell them, that plan he will do. You can't do. As long as you are planning to do, you will never become enlightened. Enlightenment is the last decision you can make. After that, you can't make any decision. All decisions will be made by somebody else or something else. All decisions will be made by something else. Constantly we think we are an accident. Cosmos is torturing us. No. Cosmos is not sadist. God is not punishing you. People come and tell me, no, Swamiji, you don't know, God is punishing me. Please understand, God has not come to that level to punish you. And you are not raised to that level to be punished by God. You are also not that great to be punished by God. God has also not come down to that level to punish you. We go on abuse the Dharma. No, you don't know, it is Kali Yuga. Dharma will not be prevalent. This history says, that Purana says, that Bhagavata says, that Sutra says, it is Kali Yuga. Life will be like this only. No. Be very clear. There is no such thing as Kali Yuga. There is no such thing as Kali Yuga. I am responsible for what I am talking. I know the meaning of the words I am uttering. There is no such thing as Kali Yuga. It is our impatience to look into the truth. Is what we call or we claim, we come to the conclusion that it is Kali Yuga. Look little deep into the truth. You will see Dharma is prevalent. It is Satya Yuga. When you are superficial, when you don't look into the things, world is Kali Yuga. You are in Kali Yuga. You will attract only that kind of people around you. You will attract that kind of friends around you. You will attract that kind of relationships around you. You will attract that kind of situations around you. You will be living in Kali Yuga. Actually, in what conscious you are, you will attract only that kind of people around you. You will be in Kali Yuga. If you look little deep, if you have little patience to look into the reality, the truth, suddenly you will see the world is Satya Yuga. Still Krishna is playing. Still Rama is living. Still all the great masters are alive. It is Satya Yuga. Still Dharma is running. People ask me, what do you mean by this? So much of terrorism is going on, so much of poverty, so many war is going on. What do you mean by this? Still things are Satya Yuga. Understand, when Krishna was there was no war or what? When Rama was there was no poverty or what? No. Please understand. When Rama was there also, some part of the world, people were living in Kali Yuga. And even now, some people are living in Satya Yuga. So, Satya Yuga or Kali Yuga is not the chronological time. It is nowhere related to chronological time. It is individual's decision. If you want, now you can enter into Satya Yuga. If you decide, from today, I will have different consciousness, then naturally you will attract that kind of friends. You can see in your life. If you are continuously having self-pity, you will attract the relationship friends who will torture you. You will see. You will continuously attract people who will abuse you because you feel very comfortable with them. After 3 days, you forget that they abused you. You can again relate with them. You find out their cell phone number. You forget. Just 3 days before you have been abused. No. It's okay. But he is a good guy. In the heart, he is very good guy. I don't know what do they mean by this word. In the heart, he is very good. Even though he abused me, in the heart, he is very good. They have their own technical terms to justify what is going on. You attract abusive relationships, abusing people, everything around you, if you are in that mood. If you are in that consciousness. So please be very clear. The moment you start clearly understanding, the whole world is going as per Dharma. It is Satya Yuga. Suddenly, you will attract the people who are living in Satya Yuga. You will create that kind of friendship around you. You will create that kind of circle around you. Suddenly you see you are in Satya Yuga. To enter into Satya Yuga, all you need to do is, you don't need to create Satya Yuga. Just tune yourself to Satya Yuga, that's all. The 6 feet, whatever is inside your skin, Make that as Satya Yuga. Suddenly you will see whatever is outside your skin also will become Satya Yuga. Nothing else need to be done. You don't need to make the whole world, you don't need to create stages in every city and go and talk about Satya Yuga. Let the whole world become should become Satya Yuga, then only then I will enter into Satya Yuga. No. No. Just change your inner space into Satya Yuga. Suddenly you will see, you will attract that kind of friends. Suddenly that kind of books will reach you. That kind of DVDs will reach you. That kind of websites will reach you. That kind of newspaper will reach you. That kind of things will reach you. All other things will become, you will lose interest. Suddenly you will lose interest in all other things. In my whole life, I never went to cinema theater even once. People ask me, I studied in college. I studied diploma. People ask me, even in college, how did you manage, Swamiji? I said, somehow, I never felt that was part of my life. I'm not old person who lived 60 years ago, long before. I'm just 31. This generation. But that was never part of my life. People ask me, it is impossible. Without being influenced by cinema and TV, how can somebody be alive? I said, somehow, this is the way I am. They say, no, you are extraordinary, you are enlightened. Please understand, when you decorate the deity on your own, your intensity's ability to be continuity. Intensity is excitement in your inner space. Continuity is ability to keep that excitement as visualization till it becomes a reality. Please understand, these are some of the ultimate cosmic principles. I am sharing with you all from all the Hindu Tattva Darshanas. So listen carefully. This is the quote. Listen. Intensity is revelation or excitement experienced in your inner space. Continuity is ability to retain that excitement, revelation, intensity through visualization till it becomes reality in the physical manifestation is continuity. Understand? Doing puja, making garland for deity, doing decoration, all this creates an amazing fertile ground in your inner space. I tell you, I have done it in my life, multiple births. Life is not between one birth and one death. It's multiple births and deaths. I have done this in my multiple births and deaths. That's why I am telling you. Intense excitement, when it is added with the creativity, especially the most superior creativity is Hindu Kriya. Kriyas of Hinduism is the most superior creativity. See my Gurukul kids, just by decorating deities they manifest powers. Because intensity of the inner world starts manifesting as continuity of the outer world. Listen. Intensity of the inner world starts manifesting as the continuity of the outer world just through decorating the deity. If you are a millionaire, want to become billionaire, I guarantee, start a temple, start spending at least half an hour to 1 hour physically working on the temple. Tie dhoti, sari, put jewels. Enjoy the creativity. Please understand, one of the greatest poverty the modern day man is facing is inability to retain a visualization continuously even for few minutes. Extreme mental breakdown. Don't try to tell me entertainment industry is full of creativity. No. Entertainment industry is full of copying, replicating, duplicating, not creativity. Creativity is less than 0.5%. Creativity, I am defining, creativity is ability to keep the inner space's excitement, inspiration through continuity till it becomes reality. I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nanda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Hello everyone, we're back. Beautifully in this previous set of satsangs, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained about the time-space continuum and more on how the video we saw, the first video we saw about Kala Tattva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expands on the concept of time. In this series, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expanded more on the concept of space and the time-space continuum. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, expanded that while the Puranas, the Sutras, and there are so many scriptural references which claim that we are in Kali Yuga right now, it is we who decide what yuga, what time, what space we live in. It is our inner space. What space we are living in our inner space that decides what yuga we are living in, what time we are living in. If we decide to be in Satyuga, if we ourselves are in Satyuga and align everything within our body frame to be in the Satyuga, then our external world will reflect and change and become Satyuga. We start attracting people who are also living in Satyuga. But if we decide, if we are living in Kali Yuga, in confusion, in delusion, in unconsciousness, then that is the kind of people, kind of community we are going to attract towards ourselves. Beautifully, Swamiji explained that time and space are not two separate things. One contributes to the other, and they are a byproduct of each other's existence. When you are in a space of deeper awareness, space of the higher and higher time zones, that is reality you are in, that is the reality you start living in, you start manifesting. In the next series and set of satsangs, we're going to be watching the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism decoding exactly what is time and how we can liberate ourselves from the societal conditionings and societal understandings of time which have been put into us from our young age. Swamiji also explained how it is our space which decides the reality we are going to be living. Time and space are not two separate entities, two separate functions. Both are intertwined and work together. So now, let us enter into the next series, next segment of today's program, which is understanding and decoding.
Nithyanandeshwarasam Nithyanandeshwadyamam Asmadacharya Parayantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Conquering time. First, few basic understandings, few basic truths. Please understand, every sacred secret, every sacred truth I am uttering, every word need to be internalized and internalized. Do not sit with the intellectual tiredness. Usually people have this pattern. Tell us finally what we should do. No, things don't work like that. Please understand. Every word I am uttering matters. I'll give you a small example from my own life. One of my guru, Annamalai Swamigal, in course of conversation he told me that we are not the body, we are beyond pain and suffering. When I was sitting alone and contemplating about it, we are not the body, we are beyond pain and suffering. What does he mean by it? I actually experimented. I took a knife and cut my thigh to see whether we have pain or not. Of course, I had pain and I was taken to hospital and stitches were done and all that has happened. But I could not think what my guru uttered is lie. I was continuously contemplating. I had a yoga guru. He was also a Paramahamsa. One day he explained, he usually comes to the house where I was born and brought up. He will come home early morning, 4 o'clock, and drag me out of the bed and take me to the temple and teach yoga. I was a kid. Sometimes the moment I am out of bed, he will make me drink coffee so that I will not go back to bed. One day he was telling, see, before coffee how you feel that you want to lie down and nothing other than sleep matters. Just a cup of coffee, you are ready to listen to me, and suddenly I became more important, yoga becomes more important. All the ideas that you should do yoga makes more sense. Without a cup of coffee, all the ideas you should sleep makes more sense. Just with a cup of coffee, all the ideas you should do yoga and take care of your health, build your body so you can get enlightened. All these ideas make sense. He made a very important statement which I want to translate in English for all of you. He said, the physiological, psychological, neurological effect on you is not you. Please understand. One guru made a statement, you are not the body. The other guru made a statement, the physiological, psychological, neurological effects happening on you is not you. How many of you click with that second statement? Actually, both statements finally mean the same, but the second statement suddenly made so much sense to me. Yes. Please understand. Because I could see my seeking is not just equivalent to a cup of coffee, but a cup of coffee can make such big impact. It can just drive away the sleep, make the whole yoga happen in me with enthusiasm, excitement. So when I was analyzing, cup of coffee cannot be equivalent to my seeking. Or equivalent to me. Understand? The idea he conveyed to me, my yoga guru, is whether you have the feeling sleeping is more important, that is my first priority, I don't care about anything else, or you feel no, after a cup of coffee, the thought current, no, I have to be doing, this has to be done for my enlightenment, for my growth. Whether you have this thought current before cup of coffee or thought current after cup of coffee, both thought currents does not matter. Both thought currents are not you. Both thought currents are empowered by you, not you. That is what the master, the first guru means, Annamalai Swamigal means, you are not the body, you are not the mind. When Annamalai Swamigal told me, you are not the body, you are not the mind, you are beyond pain and suffering, the statement did not make sense for me. But when my yoga guru explained, physiological, psychological happenings are not you. It really made sense. Understand? Throughout this program, every statement I make is going to directly work on your inner space, which is required for me to transmit this experience to you. Actually, when I had the click, oh, psychological, physiological, neurological effects happening on me is not me, I tell you. From the next day, I didn't need coffee to wake me up. The understanding, physiological, psychological effects happening on me is not me, liberated me. Not only from coffee, after that never ever I understand something called low mood or depression or not feeling well or stressed. I tell you, all these words are really strange. Still I am not able to comprehend those words. When people come and tell me, I really feel bad for them, but I feel, oh God, I'm not able to grasp what they mean by this word. All those words have no meaning in my life because it was such a clear understanding. Now sit to grasp those understandings. If you are sitting with the idea, all these are okay, Swamiji, you tell me finally what I should do, I will do that. That is intellectual tiredness. Please understand. Egg, if it is broken from outside by force, a life ends. If it is broken from inside, a life starts. If you sit with intellectual tiredness, you finally tell me what I should do. Even if I tell you finally what you should do, if you do, it will be like a breaking the egg from outside. Even if I transmit experience to you, you won't retain it. When I transmit and you don't retain, it is called Satori. When I transmit and you retain, it is called Samadhi. Annamalai Swamigal, what he tried to transmit, what my yoga guru transmitted, Yogananda Puri, both are actually one and the same. The first transmission may be my intellectual tiredness. It was only a Satori, it never becomes Samadhi in me. But the second, when Yogananda Puri explained, maybe it clicked with me. It became Samadhi, a permanent experience. After that, never ever I had a respect for any of the physiological, psychological in my system, and no psychological happening could have any say on my system. Please be in the space of internalizing every truth I am going to share with you. So, it becomes Samadhi in you. The permanent transformation in you. It becomes eternal understanding in you. We are going to have a special meditation process end of the sessions today and tomorrow, but that does not mean that is the essence of the session. Now you don't need to be receiving. Every word I am uttering is a process. The subject is so subtle. Subject is so subtle. See, when my first guru told me, you are not the body, you are beyond pain and suffering. It is truth, but it is too to grasp. It's too physical. But when my yoga guru told me, experientially, which he was able to convey into my listening, the psychological, physiological, neurological effects are happenings in you is not you. Not only it clicked with me, it brought tremendous liberation. What my first guru, the Annamalai Swamigal, was trying to make in me, the yoga guru made it because he spoke into my listening. Now, every statement I am going to utter, I want to speak into your listening. I will also take the responsibility of making it as clear as possible. And I also request you to be intensely listening without this intellectual tiredness, thinking, end of the day there is going to be a meditation process and Swamiji will do whatever need to be done. I just need to tolerate this to have that process. Please do not have that, because every word I am uttering matters. Come to the space of listening. The first statement I am making, please listen. The first statement I am making, time is a matter. Second statement, it is not absolute as you think. Please understand. Now I will make these statements into your experience. These two are the Mahavagyas now. When you perceive this world through this body, you can never doubt the authenticity of this body or the authority of this body. But when you are perceiving the dream world through the dream body, this body does not have authority over you. Please understand. When you are perceiving dreams with the dream body, this body does not have authority over you. Same way, when you are perceiving this world through this body, the dream body does not have authority over you. When you understand there is a body which has authority over you at some time, does not have authority over you in some other time, you can understand this body also has authority over you sometime, does not have a right over you in some other time. Listen. As long as you perceive this world through this body, you think this has authority over you. You can't understand a space without this body. Same way, because you are constantly perceiving the world, because you are constantly perceiving your reality through time, you think time is absolute and it is truth, just like how you feel your body is truth. Listen. I'll repeat the essence. When you see, perceive this world through this body, you take this body as authority. Sometimes you question this reality, but not this body. When you are so busy in doing business with currency, You forget to question the authority of the currency. That itself is a myth. When you are doing business using diamonds, you forget to question the authority of the diamond. You are so busy in giving 100, taking 50, giving 200, taking 400. You forget the diamond itself is not something precious, or it does not have an authority other than created demand. Please understand. I am not questioning, I am not saying don't do business. All I am trying to tell you is, understand the stupidity, you can play with it beautifully. The moment I understood, it clicked with my system, that physiological, psychological effects on me is not me. So much liberation. Such liberation. Such a beautiful space. It was such an absolute ecstasy. Knowing even that ecstasy is not me. When you know even the joy happening in you is not you, the joy stays with you permanently. All joys disappear the moment you try to grab them. The first truth, time is a matter. And it does not matter. Time is a matter and it does not matter. You can manipulate it as you can manipulate your body. Understand? You can make your body big or small with certain practices, diet control. You can manipulate it. You can play with it. Same way, you can play with time. You can play with time. How? We will see next. But some of the basic truths, you can play with it. I'll try to share with you all a conversation I had with Arunagiri Yogeshwara. It's too personal and intimate, but I think I have to share so that you will understand the concept of time as Mahadeva explains in Agamas. One day I was sitting and talking to him. I was just so much in love, awed by his presence. It will always be for spending time I will be talking. There is nothing serious about what I am talking to him. That is why how much ever I try, I am not able to recount or recall everything I heard from him. Very less only I am able to recall, because all the time I was only awed and Just I want to spend time with him. That was the purpose. So talking is only secondary. I was talking so that he will not get up and go. To make him sit, I have to talk. Listen carefully. The conversation was about time and space. He was trying to explain time and space to me. It is time you understand every statement, so that it becomes just part of you. You also need to know the value of one single truth hitting you properly. Please understand, it was just one single truth. My understanding about, just a cup of coffee, only that much is the gap between me and my seeking. It was such revelation. The laziness and powerlessness and the powerfulness I felt after a cup of coffee. I understood very clearly, both are not me. I am something beyond this too. Just that one understanding liberated me forever from all the physiological and psychological ups and downs. Never ever I had any respect for the physiological, psychological ups and downs in my system. And you don't know what great liberation it can be. So please understand. Now, even understandings can liberate you from many patterns, and with understanding, if I lead into the process, the experience I transmit will become Samadhi in you, means permanent. Without you understanding or without you developing the right context, also I can put you in experience. That will be by force, it will only be Satori, you won't be able to retain that. So allow every statement to work on you, because even I am feeling, I am explaining something very subtle. It's almost like I am not playing with Saraswati, I am playing with Saraswati's Veena. Listen to this conversation I had with Arunagiri Yogeshwara, because this is going to give you a very important click understanding about time. The discussion was about time and space. I was asking him, some questions about Kala Bhairava. That is the way the conversation started, and he was trying to explain the time and the effect of time on our system and our understanding. Naturally, I could not grasp everything immediately. So the conversation boiled down to, he was trying to explain to me, time is just your mental perception. It can be imploded or exploded. Listen, it can be imploded or exploded as you want. So naturally it was too much for me. Then he touched something in my very personal life and explained. Of course, it is a very intimate conversation, but I'll share it with you all because it will do good to all of you. I had the problem of bedwetting as a child. So, when I was talking to him, it was around maybe I was 11. At that time, I used to have that problem of bedwetting. He just picked up my hand with a lot of care. He was trying to guide me, asking, when you have a bedwetting, what goes on in your dream state and deep sleep state? I slowly described, I contemplated and described. I used to feel first my bladder is full, then I'll feel in the dream that I am in a restroom and I should relieve myself, and then in next few minutes I'll only feel my bed is wet. I explained the step by step. He said, exactly, this is time. Please listen. It was such powerful click for me. I'll tell you exactly what he said. He said, how the moment your bladder is full, your brain can create the restroom which is not there and give you the comfortable feeling you are protected, safe, you are in a proper place, please relieve yourself. Only after that signal goes to the body, the internal organs decide to relieve and relieves itself. The pressure inside you to perceive something, to have some experience, creates the concept of time and gives you various experiences. Pressure inside you, that bladder is full, creates the restroom ambience in your brain, which is actually not there, but gives you a comfortable feeling, you can relieve yourself. Same way, desire to have certain experiences, that pressure inside you creates time which is not there and gives you various experiences. I'll try to convey much deeper the same truth further. Now you understand this much. The whole idea of time is your will and decision. I can give you 100 examples. When you are sitting with somebody whom you like or doing something which you like, your passion, you don't know how the time passes. Time gives you a different experience about you, about life, about world. But when you are sitting with somebody whom you don't like, or when you are doing something about which you are forced, time gives you different experience about yourself, world and life. This one small example I have seen in my own life. Morning 5 o'clock, early morning 5 o'clock to night 11 o'clock, I will be sitting with Arunagiri Yogeshwara. I don't know how the sun rises and sun sets, but at night, few hours when I need to be in the house, away from him, I'll move the clock 10 times, thinking that it is not moving, stopped. I'll feel why the nights are so long. Time is slow when you wait. Time is fast when you are late. Time is deadly when you are sad. Time is short when you are happy. Time is endless when you are in pain. Time is long when you feel bored. Every time, time is determined by your feelings and psychological conditions, not by clocks. So learn to have nice time always. Whatever now I am sharing, most of you may know that ideas, nothing new. But I am trying to set the context so that I can lead you into the deeper understanding, especially the experience to make these understandings permanent. Time is a matter it does not matter. It can be manipulated as you want. You can play with it as you want. One more understanding I received from Arunagiri Yogeshwara about time. Listen carefully. The whole life is just a vast canvas. Space is the canvas. Imagine 200-mile length canvas on which lot of paintings are there. The paintings which you already perceived is called past. The painting you are perceiving is present. The painting you are going to perceive is future. But the truth is all three exist. All three exist. Next statement I am making. Please listen. First statement I am making. Past, present, future, all three exist. And the next statement I am making, you can alter all the three. We always think, if all three already exist, how can I alter my future? If it is already existing, how can I alter? Understand? The painting exists does not mean you can't add something to it. Your powerlessness, I can't add something to it, only makes you stop adding. And very important statement I am making now. Not only you can alter the future, you can alter your past. How? We will make. You can alter your past. You may think, this is too much. How? We will see after the meal break. I'll give you clear experiential understanding about these 4-5 statements I made. During this meal break, go on, chew these statements along with your food. 1, time is a matter, it does not matter. 2nd, your psychological ups and downs, physiological ups and downs are not you. Next, your past, present, future exists now. It exists now does not mean you are bound by it. You can alter not only your future, even your past. Let's gather for next session. Thank you. Be blissful.
Sorry for the technical glitch. Beautifully in this webinar, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained the science of time and exactly what is time. Swamiji gave a beautiful example. For our whole life, our whole reality is just a long canvas. Time is the painting, is the drawing which is happening on the canvas. Everything which we are perceiving, all our experiences, everything which we are seeing, what we claim as the reality which is happening around us, all of it is nothing but time, nothing but matter, which is created by us, can also be destroyed by us, and can be manipulated and transformed into any other form of matter, into any way we want it to be. Beautifully, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also gave multiple examples from his own life and the direct truths and revelations and teachings Swamiji himself received from Arunagiri Yogeshwara about time. Time is a subjective reality. It does not exist as objective for everyone. When we are happy, time is short. When we are in sorrow and pain, time never seems to end. When you understand these fundamental cognitions and fundamental truths which Swamiji revealed about time, then you'll simply know how to use time to manifest what you want in your reality, what you want to manifest in your life. Attending the Paramashivam program will help you and bless you. Swamiji will bless you with the power, the intelligence, and the knowledge and experience to make time as one of the toolkits to manifest whatever you want in your life. So, without further ado, please go ahead and the QR code and the link to the Paramashivam registration website is being projected below. The program which Paramashivam can offer you, what it can provide to you, what it can contribute to your life is invaluable. No matter how much ever we talk about it, the benefits and the different things which you will be learning in the program, it will not equate to the experience which you will receive from the Supreme Bond of Hinduism during the program. So without further ado, please go ahead and take the next couple of minutes to register yourself for the Paramashivam program. And with this, we're going to be entering the next segment of today's, followed by the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of the Supreme Pandav of Hinduism in the Virabhadra Bhava Samadhi Darshan. So with this, we are now going to go for a break and join later in the next session. Thank you, Nithyananda.
Whatever I shared till now, condensing the whole thing and reviving it as experience, starting from completion, unclutching, power manifestation, the states of consciousness and the planes, multiple planes, everything. Anything presented to prove you are not Paramashiva is illegitimate. Decide this. This is super determinism. Understand? Anything you declare as illegitimate will lose power over you, will die in few days, few minutes, maybe in few weeks, whatever few days it takes. It will not have power over you. Understand? This is the method for sudden enlightenment. This is the method for sudden enlightenment. It happens by the Shaktipada. Here Paramashiva is sitting to tell you all, you are Paramashiva, you are me, with Shaktipada and Shaktinipada.
The Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama is an extensive and thorough yoga sequence to prepare your body to receive the experience being given by the Supreme Pandav of Hinduism. Through the yoga, which is aligned as per the source scriptures laid down by Paramashiva and the Agamas,
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtam Gandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tatvavasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadguruntam Namami. Nithyanandam. I welcome all the viewers and participants over 175 countries joining with us for the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of the Samhara Murthis of 64 manifestations of Paramashiva, manifesting through the Nijavatara, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And we are going to be having yet another exciting segment today with amazing guest speakers who are here to share their life journey. And their life journeys are something so much profound. We can see the impact of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's teachings, his initiations and blessings, how it can influence in the individual level and in the community level. And today's segment is going to be about women empowerment. Yes. So you may think, yes, I've heard this before. I think I have heard a lot of shows about women empowerment. Yes, you may have heard about it. But today is going to cover and unleash some of the very interesting facts on how Hindu feminism is far more advanced and powerful, and how Swamiji has empowered and taken this aspect of Hindu feminism and advanced so many milestones of Kailasa forward over the last 30 years. So, coming back to the state of affairs today, women has been long-standing backbone of the entire society. But if you take the women in the current society today, there is a lot of inequality, oppression, gender justice, and also sexual violence and physical violence that is being encountered by women. Almost, we can say, 1 in every 3 women has encountered this sort of oppression and gender violence every day. So, though we may feel that, okay, I am in 2023, so many things are advanced, and people are progressive, and that's what you would expect it to. But yet, if you see the stark reality, 1 in every 3 women experience physical and sexual violence either in their home, in their families, or in their workplace, or how they are treated in the society. So this is the stark reality that we are in today. And what are the solutions that we have got in hand? So Hinduism is the most progressive religion, and Sanatana Hindu Dharma has solutions for every single world problem that we are facing today. And Kailasa, with an active global presence in more than 175 countries, is one of the largest knowledge source on Hinduism, where so much of knowledge repositories and so much of solutions that Hinduism has got to the world, Kailasa is able to retrieve and package it and present it in a user-friendly manner. So the issue that we're talking about today is about the gender violence and inequality and oppression that the women are facing today. Kailasa has time-tested solutions just by empowering women with the right understanding of feminism. Kailasa has given a huge breakthrough in this subject. And that is definitely a testimony. If you talk to any Kailasian who's a woman, you can see the confidence that she radiates. You can see the context that she holds. It's mainly because the way the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, has enhanced and empowered the right knowledge about Hinduism and feminism. If you take today's feminism, most of it is all about competing with the other gender. It is never complementary, or it is never making femininity as something unique and something contributing and something extremely advanced. Just with the power of femininity in each of us, whether it is a man or a female, everybody has got that component of feminine consciousness. With the completion of that feminine consciousness, man attains his highest possibility. Giving that right perspective of what is femininity and how it is unique, and how by awakening this component in each of us, it can lead to ultimate enlightenment. This perspective is definitely not there. It's definitely not taught in today's feminism. And that is exactly how Swamiji has enabled and empowered all the women in Kailasa and the Hindu women today to attain their peak possibilities in life. And in Hinduism, Swamiji beautifully shares that feminism is not about conquering men. It is about strengthening the whole universe. In Hinduism, feminism is not about fighting with men or conquering men or fighting for an equal status as men. I'm sure so many of you can connect to this very interesting statement that Swamiji has given, because that is exactly how people feels about feminism, right? If you connect with any of the feminism debates or any of the feminists or activists, mostly the whole subject is around conquering men or competing with men. It is never about empowering the whole universe. And what Swamiji shares is women has their own unique place. We call women as Parashakti, manifestation of Parashakti, and all the women around the world, empower yourself with the spiritual strength and realize your uniqueness and contribute to the world. So, the right introduction, giving the right introduction to you, literally gives the very genesis of your identity. It empowers you with the right genesis of the identity. It empowers you to define who you are. And from that space, any action, any reaction that's happening, it all lands in auspiciousness. And we'll take a look at a small video where Swamiji defines Hindu feminism.
Today is also the International Women's Day. United Nations has given a theme for 2021 International Women's Day, Women in Leadership, Achieving an Equal Future in COVID-19 World. My message on this International Women's Day, understand, Hindu tradition empowers women. In Hinduism, feminism is not conquering men, it is strengthening the whole universe. In Hinduism, feminism is not all about fighting with men or conquering men or not even equivalent to men. Women have their own unique place. We call women as Shakti. Parashakti. Manifestations of Parashakti. Understand? All the women all over the world, empower yourself with a spiritual strength. Realize your uniqueness and contribute. That is my message on this International Women's Day. My blessings and support for all of you to achieve everything best in this universe, including enlightenment.
Great. You can see the way Swamiji has defined Hindu feminism. I'm sure just hearing to those words, it is simply energizing us with life positivity, and it really feels that a world can literally live this truth and end all the crimes against women. Please imagine, one in every third woman is actually experiencing sexual violence. It is something so terrible. And today we have speakers across the globe and who are here to share their first-hand experience of all of these crimes against women, but how she is able to evolve herself into leadership positions today and how she's able to empower and enrich the society today. So we will be having Ma Priya Prema and Ma Susan Davidson from Slovenia and Canada, respectively. who will be joining us in this show today. And it's going to be an amazing journey that they are going to share with all of us. And there are so much to learn and so much to feel inspired on just understanding how Swamiji is enriching and empowering each and every being. And, as Swamiji has always shared, the whole Kailasa is built not by numbers. It is built as simple hard work. Each and every being is empowered by Swamiji, one being at a time, one person at a time. That's exactly how Swamiji has built this guy. You'll be realizing, just hearing to these amazing testimonials and transform their lives. So now we have Ma Priya Prema from Slovenia, who's here to share her journey. So Ma Priya Prema, before you get into the details, would like to invite you for the show, and it's such a pleasure to have you in the show today. And we'd like to share about your past. I mean, before coming to Kailasa, what were you doing, and what were your ideas about feminism, or what were your ideas about how a woman should hold herself before you met Swamiji?
Yes, Nithyananda, thank you for inviting me, Pranapriya. Thank you so much. And first, before I start, let me first bow down in gratitude to my beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness, Nithyananda Paramashivam, for molding me into what I am today. So, my journey as a woman, I never experienced what does it mean to feel powerful. From the moment I was born on, I felt I have to compete for my father's love. That was my core incompletion. And I felt I'm not lovable, I'm not enough, I'm not good enough. So when I was 3 or 4 years old, I experienced sexual abuse. It was from our family friends at the time. And that was the experience that basically put me into pieces as a female and as a child at that time. So even though I suppressed it, later on, of course, when I started completing, I realized how much I have suppressed it. Because when I remember the incident, I felt that it could not be true. To that level, I have suppressed it because I didn't want to accept that this was happening to me. And even though I suppressed it, from that point on, I had trouble identifying myself with my feminine side. Mm-hmm. So I felt that was my fault, right? I was supposed to prevent this from happening somehow. I didn't feel that was the fault of the abusers. I felt that was my own fault. I should prevent it. And basically the only thing that was keeping me as a feminine afloat, my feminine side afloat at that point, was art. I remember when I was 9, I wrote my first poetry book, and I started sculpting and painting. So that was my expression at that time, how I was able to still keep myself in this, my feminine side alive, even though it was shattered. But over time, when I started, going to the primary school, that side of me was challenged and abused. I experienced a lot of bullying at school, and I realized at that point that I have to pretend to not be what I am. I have to be something else in order to cater to the needs of the society. I'm not accepted as I am. So, if I am emotional, when I express my emotions, I'm not accepted. If I express myself as emotional, when I write poetry, if I express myself in that way, I'm not accepted. I'm being bullied for that. So my cognition at that point was, I need to hide my femininity. I had to, hide this part of me. And instead, I began developing more my masculine side. I started feeling I have to protect myself. And at that time also I learned that in order to prove myself, I have to compete with others. So by the time I was 11 years old, I developed psychology disturbances, and I fell into depression. Simply, I had episodes where I didn't want to engage with life anymore. It was just to that level that I didn't felt anymore that creation in me was turned off. So the only solution, of course, at that time the medical system knew was medication, right? So that is even today we see how they solve this kind of situations. And even though I was just 11 years old, they put me on medication. They said, no, this is, some psychology disturbances, so we have to heal it and so on. So the side effects of that made me feel even more powerless. So it didn't heal the root cause of it. So at the age of 15, when I was 15, my father died. And then, of course, everything collapsed for me even further, because when my father died, the part of me feeling I have still the hope that, I will be able to get attention from him, the hope that I will be able to be enough to reach so high that he will be able to love me and accept me. That was, of course, my cognition at that time. I felt when he died that was over. No more chance for that. So then opportunity presented itself. We were, my mother and I, at that point were in a really tough financial situation. So when I was 15 years old, I started working, and a person approached me and basically offered me to enter into the entertainment industry. And after some struggles with myself, whether to do it or not, I decided to do it. And when I look back now, it is basically how I figured that the society will accept me. If I have the position in the society, if I have the fame, if I have that, then I will be finally accepted, right? But I ceased to live what I enjoyed. I ceased to write. I didn't create anymore, because when I was creating, whether poems or paintings, I felt alive. I felt more complete, because I was getting in touch with my feminine side. But when I started entering into the entertainment industry, it was just the opposite, which is quite interesting, right? Because as a female in this industry, you are presenting yourself. You should be presenting yourself very feminine, but the femininity that they are expecting you to show, it is not the powerfulness of a female, right? Of a woman. It is basically just catering to some needs of the certain project that you are doing. So as a model and actress, I was having external success, yes, but inside I was broken. I was shattered, empty. There was nothing there, no sign of powerfulness. So constantly, day in and day out, I was trading my inauthenticity for attention. That was the bargain, right? I got attention, which I was always thirsty for. So there was never enough, because the root of it was different. So even after some years, when I started working on television and, I became the journalist, they didn't change, because in this world, we would say, okay, this is up the ladder, right? It's a higher position, but that didn't change my inner space. I was still feeling powerless. I was still feeling I'm not good enough, because that didn't empower me. My identity as a woman by then was already shattered. So that position, or no other position, could empower me. So when I was 19 years old, I decided to get married. And then I also decided to leave the industry and I opened my own company. So I become entrepreneur. And at that point, I didn't know anything about that, right? But I just felt that, now that I get married, I should be more stable. I should, become basically go out of this environment. So because I was a owner of a company, I had the position of a leader, but I didn't have the state of a leader. And at that time, I felt that this was one and the same. Of course, before I met Swamiji, that was one and the same for me. So because my sacred femininity was suppressed, I was not creating. Even though I had the company, I was working, all of that, but that was not creation. It was not that real creation from the power within. I was, everything that I was doing, everything that I started had a fragrance of destruction, the fragrance of failure, because that was how I experienced myself. So basically in this industry, exchanging powerlessness for powerlessness is what it is all about. Because the woman on one side exchanges her powerfulness for the attention that she craves, and the man in turn exchanges his powerfulness for the position that he craves. So both end up robbed and exploited in the process and start competing with one another for the power, right? Instead of uniting. So that inner space that I had led me to a marriage that was abusive, because through the whole span of life, it was never about having a quality relationship. It was about me getting the confirmation that I am loved, that I am protected. So because that I was so desperate to get that, I ignored the warning signs, everything, and I allowed myself to be beaten and abused every single day of my marriage. And for myself at that time saying, not only thinking, also saying out loud that God has abandoned me, that God does not enter into that house, because I felt like I'm not deserving anymore of God. Even though as a little girl, I every day I prayed without any words, because but every day I prayed to God and said, please show yourself to me, please come to me. That was my prayer every night. But after I got married, I simply ceased to believe that. I believe that I'm not worthy of that anymore. So after 4 years of the marriage, I finally left my husband. And even though I have left, I have come back several times because of my insecurities. So I left, yes, but what I was inside, the powerlessness, the insecurity was still there. So I came back many times. Then I finally left and got divorced. Because while I was coming back, I didn't think I deserved better. I felt I was not entitled to a better life. So after some years, I had some very severe car accident where I miraculously survived. And after that, I simply felt that, God was with me at that time, because I should have died in that car, but I didn't. I survived. So I started thinking, okay, so maybe, just maybe, God is still here for me. So he didn't abandon me. So I started seeking. I started feeling I have to get back to what I was. I have to somehow rejuvenate this whole thing that happened in between. So in order to heal, it was a long process. And in order to heal, I started writing a book. I didn't even think of it as a book at that time. It was just, notes, basically. It was what I was doing my whole life. Writing, that was my big love. So that was my way of healing and of expressing. And then when I started, somehow I started interacting with in groups, when I was visiting these groups for abused women and all of that, I started understanding that what I have to say matters. So my story, my experience matters, because not all the women will abandon that marriage. Not all the women will get rid of it, right? Maybe they will remain in the marriage because of the kids or whatever it is, right? I didn't have kids. So for me, it might be easier, right? Or not, whatever. But women, a lot of the time, stay in the marriage, whether it is for children or for some other reason. And I understood from, the women that I was speaking with, that I should, if I have that courage, I should speak openly about my experience. Because the notes that I made was very raw. That was a very raw expression. I didn't alter it at all. I shared everything. All the dirty details, I would say, of, from how I was bleeding, how everything was there. So I decided at that time, when I was listening to these women, I said, okay, so if I don't do it, if I don't say, then who will do it? Because in Slovenia, there was no manual, or there was no experience, direct experience of a woman who survived something like this. So I decided for me to go ahead with it. I decided to expose myself, and because of my exposure in media before, naturally that means also that I will be exposed media-wise. So I accepted that also, but I felt that was more important than anything else. So the book came out and became the manual for the abused women, and I was basically very honored that I was able to contribute something to the lives of any woman who goes through the same thing. So in this process of healing and, raising myself, I might have been trying different spiritual techniques to empower me, but inside, even when I was writing this book, I was still a shattered little child who deeply believed that failure is what is destined for. So when I look back now at the book, right, when I'm reading now my book back, I see that was still the space. Now, from this space now, of course, I will write it differently. I would have taken the responsibility, even in the writing, for what I have decided to experience at that point. So it was, yes, ma, sorry.
Sorry, Priya Prema, I just wanted to make a note here. See, typically, somebody who has gone through such hardship right from young age, and then taking up a bold profession like modeling, out of the incompletion that, I need to really empower my masculine side, and then going through this very tough married life, and then saying that, okay, let me discover myself, and putting that story out so that brings the awareness. This is probably one of the typical scenarios of how a modern feminist or feminine activist, women activist would approach the situation. But what is the important aspect that you're bringing here today is, though you are doing all these things, though the things that you are doing is right, but it is all coming from the broken space where you don't believe in yourself, but you have to put up with space, to keep you going as a defense mechanism. But it is really Swamiji's teachings and all the initiations that is actually repairing the true being. When the whole repair mechanism is happening from inside, from within, then you really discover yourself, right? The real alchemy, the process of realizing the divine within, the real alchemy happens in a much more powerful way, which is what today's women require, isn't it?
Yes, Ma. See, it wasn't until I attended Paramashivam level 2 at that time. It was the beginning of the COVID, epidemic, that for the first time I realized, or I encountered myself with real feminism. That was the first time I even realized what it was. Right? Because when you speak about feminism here and there, it's completely different, right? And I was simply mesmerized by how with each word Swamiji was cherishing the Divine Mother. And I was reminded at that point of my true identity. I realized how much I have lost in all of this time. So the more I started living in the ecosystem of Kailasa, of course, all the initiations, satsangs, of course, the yoga, everything. The more I started living in ecosystem, the more I felt empowered. The restlessness that I felt inside just disappeared because I did not have to search my power outside anymore. It was just sitting in my inner space, right? Waiting for me to be awakened. So, that was one breakthrough, and I still remember, the moments in this program where simply everything shattered. And I remember when I applied for the program, even before that, I was already connected with Swamiji, but I was just listening to satsangs, right? And Kalpataru program I did. But I remember still, I just woke up and I still remember the email that I got, and there it was in bolden letters, Swamiji's quote: "Once the program ends, you will not be there anymore. Only Paramashiva will be there." And I remember myself saying, that is what I want. I don't want to be what I am now. That is not what I want. That I don't feel connected to that. This is what I want. And Swamiji delivered that 100%, 1000%, more than that. So later on, when I became I became involved with, started volunteering for Kailasa, and later on, I got the blessing to become the coordinator for my country. That was the point where all the insecurities came out also, because the space of a leader was different from the position. That was the click that I still didn't got at that time. But through all the churning that Swamiji was doing, pulling everything out, but in the same time, so beautifully, exchanging the all that it was churning out with the leadership space. So I started at that point when I worked, when I worked and volunteered, and I started doing his work. I started to realize the value of one woman empowering the other instead of competing with one another, right? Because that is the world that I was coming from, competing with each other. So the ecosystem of Kailasa made me fall completely in love with my own femininity, because I didn't realize what it was before. And of course, heal from all the times where I allowed myself to be exploited. So before, I can say that I was chasing confirmation from outside through position, fame, right? Relationships. But no matter what heights I reached as a career woman, I was not able to be satisfied because my broken self was still there intact. There was never satisfying enough. And even though I experienced all the extremes in life, whether it was, when my father died, me and my mother, went through the extreme poverty of being without electricity, water, all of that, and going to the heights of being a sales director of a big company and, having a luxurious life, tasting it. But all of these heights today, when I look back, neither of that impresses me now. Nothing is important because I'm not mesmerized by the world in whatever shape it presents itself, whether it is low or high, it doesn't matter. But what I am utterly mesmerized by is by the love and compassion that Swamiji has showered me with, that I am utterly mesmerized with. And today, I know, of course, now it's different, but now I'm realizing, today I'm realizing how he guided my whole path, how even when I was not realizing everything, whatever I have experienced in my life has been a preparation for what I am today, for being here, sitting with you today. That was all a preparation. So when I realized that everything completed from the past, everything collapsed, I ceased to be a victim. I was not recognizing myself as a victim anymore. It became a celebration. Even, when I look back now at my ex-husband and all, the experiences that I had, even before that, I see it all as a lila, as a celebration, because it was all part of me being here. So, when I realized that, it just, the integrity and the stability and chastity that Swamiji awakened in me, it what became my power. That is my power today. So this is what I identify myself as a feminine, right? The stability to stand by what I have decided for, no matter what happens, no matter any external situation. And the integrity to do it constantly, to not, waver in whatever direction. So because I wanted that space to be transferred to others, I decided to take a patsanyas because I felt that that is really the ultimate way how I can, empower other women so that they can get this space also, so they can reawaken this power within also. And not only that Swamiji liberated her disease, heart disease, depression, anxiety, all the heavy medication that I was taking for 7 years, but ultimately, he gave me a new life. He gave me liberation from all my limited cognitions that I had about myself, from all the fake shyness that I have put on myself, or arrogance, inauthenticity. And he raised me to the space of a leader just by, I would say just, it's not just, right? But by awakening the divine feminine aspect in me. That was the most, powerful thing. And when I look back now at my life, how it was, just maybe if I just look back 3 years from here or 4 years, into the past, it just, there is no expression of gratitude that could match that. Whatever I say today, whatever I do today, even if, I don't know, it's just no expression of gratitude is enough. And there is no better way of giving back. Of course, I will never be able to give back. That is a fact. But the best way that I can contribute is by empowering other women and making them part of the Kailasa ecosystem. That has become my mission from Paramashivam level 2 on. It has become my mission. It has become the reason why I live. So, because I strongly believe that only through the reviving and remembering the Vedic feminism, we can bring justice to what humanity has lost by suppressing the cosmic mother in each woman. So, because it is not just that is not only a problem. We say feminism, also that is only for females. No, that is a problem for all the humanity, because all the wars that we're watching today, everything, if we just take the example of the Ukraine war, right? If a man leader has at home a chaste, powerful woman who is, supportive, it's simply the man will learn from her how to be a good leader, how to be a compassionate leader, how to create and not destruct, how to not play power games, but instead create a better future for his people. So here we are seeing this example. If real Hindu feminism is awakened again in women, then also all the men will be awakened to a better leadership or whatever they're doing in their lives. So, I'm really...
Priya, I just wanted to jump in and add here. Firstly, we'd like to say that it is an incredible journey, what you're saying. Somebody who has gone through so much of baggage in the past, and that is something not very easy to let go of, to how Swamiji has made you feel that you have to enrich, you have to share the science with thousands of people. So you can see the amount of passion that you're having in terms of revival of this entire culture and the whole wing of Kailasa. I think one of the things that you also mentioned about the various initiatives of Kailasa and how literally it helped you towards manifesting what you want in life. So one thing, especially for all the indigenous women out there, Kailasa promises the right to quality of education. Every single person who is born, they have right to know the right to utilize service, which is here in this case, it is TTS. So really, if you look into all the things that we have been discussing in a personal level, it's more of for each of the tasks, it just goes into a worm. Like there's no way how we can come out of it. But Swamiji's initiations and Swamiji's Darshans and Swamiji, how he connects to Devi Parashakti, when he revealed all of that, we can literally see that 8 out of 10 verses, either they carry mistranslation or that translated version does not even exist. So this is how people exploited the Sanatana Dharma when we were discussing about it yesterday. And in terms of giving voice for this initiative of breaking violence in all the forms. In every single form, that there is this huge pain, and Swamiji's grace and blessings, we need to think about out of the situation and really live the way he wants. You can see here so many beautiful reminiscence of Ma Priya Prema, where she's receiving all these certificates from congressmen. Ma Priya Prema, am I audible?
Yes, ma.
Yeah. So I was just checking with you, like how do you feel this whole movement of Kailasa is instrumental in your transformation at an individual level, and also you want to extend this for all the positive intentions also.
Yes. So I would say that there is no leader in this world who is empowering women as Swamiji is doing. There was never that kind of a leader, and it is not. Really, it is just something incredible that every single time I hear when Swamiji is speaking about feminism, about women, it's just something that is very, very emotional. It touches my inner space very much. And the inner power that I got by being a part of Kailasa ecosystem, it can never be taken away by any external or internal force. And my decision to stand by Bhagwan in this revival cannot be shaken by any of my human attributes. So I would say that here the most important thing, the crucial time is now, right? To our role in society is very crucial in this time. And how his love and patience nurtured my inner space in such a way that I'm now able to represent Kailasa, like you said, right, in front of the, president and ministers and mayors. That was never possible for me before. How I cognize it, that would never be possible before, because I would be shattered just at the thinking of it, right? But I know very well that it is not I am doing that. It is who is manifesting through me. So it is his extreme compassion making sure to raise me up to my highest possibility that I never dreamed of before. So to any woman out there, if you feel you're not heard, you're not respected, if you feel you're not free to express yourself fully, then please join Kailasa. Become the founding mother of Kailasa. That will not be only a blessing for yourself. It will be a blessing for many generations to come. So that is my humble request to all of you. Just give yourself this blessing.
Yeah, I think that was a very powerful sharing, Priya Prema. Thank you so much for being open. I'm able to feel the intention behind this whole thing. Is all about there are so many men and women out there. Every time they hear the story, they hear the story of coming back. They heard the story of yes, you can do it. That's exactly when Swamiji graces you and gives you that intelligence to come out of it. So we all need to move small toys, and Swamiji is going to move planets for all of us. Just really allowing this Mahavakya, this entire thing into all the times, like food or truck delivery, whatever it is. Whenever we send people as our representatives, really ensuring that they have the kumkum, they have the earrings, they want to put the nose rings. So there are several things that's been blessed by Swamiji over the years. So let's take this now at the moment and start pinning down all the different Akashic wickets. And one thing which I also wanted to share with all of you is the immense contribution of Swamiji in terms of evolving the rural development of women. Yes, you can see this powerful expression of Hindu feminism when Ma Priya Prema was sharing, and she also touched upon the various initiatives that Swamiji has given to the world, whether it's in terms of education, right? So, how many of you know that 1 in 5 children, especially women, they don't have basic access to basic invitation to action. So therefore, we may have to really wait for a few days. And once the blessings has come through, we will definitely work on presenting a case study where we can literally eradicate the violence against women in every single diaspora. And here, what you're seeing is the indigenous women, especially they are liaising with the Sri Kailasa United Nations for Indigenous Women. So they are liaising with a couple of more people who you feel that they should be on board. And the next is the Aboriginal and traditional agriculture of Hindus hails from India itself. That is why it's like extremely fertile and extremely active. Everything that is needed, it's already there. We just need to take it forward. So that's amazing. So while we wait for Ma Priya Prema's concluding remarks, it's my pleasure and honor to welcome Susan, Ma Susan, for this segment today. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you, Ma. Thank you for the invitation.
Beautiful. Ma Susan, would you like to share about yourself, the brief journey of who you were and what were your ideas and how those ideas really matured after Swamiji opened this for the whole public?
Sure. I've known Swamiji, 10 years now. So I can say my perception of myself, life, other people have completely transformed since I met Swamiji. And since we're talking about Hindu feminism, that was an issue growing up that was always close to my heart, because even as a young child, I always had this sense of social justice. Like I saw what wasn't right. I saw what was fair, what wasn't fair, but I didn't have the language. I didn't have the inner strength to really know what to do about it. So when I was growing up, and this is back in the 60s, so I'm really dating myself. It was a different time, but it was also a time where women were starting to have more of a voice. But as you mentioned earlier, feminism was often framed within a competition. It was a competition against men. It was like men were doing bad things and women were often, and even myself, I remember being like, my inner space was that of anger and frustration. And then I realized as I got older and a teenager, and then in my career, I knew a few women that were feminists. And there was one organization in particular, and it was like kind of a radical feminist organization. But I realized that there was a lot of anger. It was us against them. And then I observed that the women within this organization started having arguments and fights amongst themselves. And it was only when I was getting ready for today's presentation, and knowing Swamiji, I have a better understanding of what was going on. And what Swamiji did for me and is doing for the world is really transforming that inner space. So do we have an inner space of powerlessness, of anger, of frustration, of unfairness? And we just have to turn on the news today to be overwhelmed with frustration and anger at what's happening. But that is not going to help me. That's not going to help you, and that's not going to help the world. So Hinduism has provided me with like that open architecture, that deep healing energy, a shift in cognition, a shift in my inner space where it's no longer a battle. And the violence, when we talk about, violence against women, to be honest, what I was holding on to most of my life was violence against me. And it was Swamiji that puts up very gently and with a lot of compassion that mirror. And so what am I like? How do I get out of my own way? How do I move away those powerless cognitions? How do I move away from my self-destructive patterns? How do I move away from, like growing up, I just wanted to be we call them a wallflower. I just wanted to kind of blend in the background. I didn't want to stand out. And I had this real fear of speaking in class when I grew up. That didn't go away. There was a real fear of public speaking. And then through Swamiji, I found out, oh my God, that's one of my uniqueness. That's my unique manifestation of the divine feminine is to be able to express myself and to be able to help others discover that innate feminine, divine feminine energy. And what is that? That's the nurturer. That's the cosmic mother. That's the ability to love yourself and to heal yourself. And then once I was able to do that, then I'm able to be of service to others. So in my life right now, I think one thing that's really a major shift for me is, you know, I'm in my 60s. I have 40 years of work before I retired. Well, I guess sort of retired. And because of Swamiji, I'm, you know, in the process of launching a business. So even after 40 years of work, I realized that my real career has yet to start. And like everyone else, I bought into the ideals of conventional society. You know, that ideal, like it was sold to me my whole life, and I was really, really looking forward to it. And some of you might relate to this, was like the Freedom 55. It was like a massive marketing campaign. It was all about early retirement, if you can retire between 55 and 60. And, you know, we did everything that was expected of us. You know, we worked hard, we went to careers, we had the family, we had the house, we had the t-shirt, you know, you ticky box everything. And then you're like, okay, I do all that. I work really hard. It's kind of drudgery. And then I get to retire. And it was like, oh, I get to, you know, run on the beach with my husband, just like in the advertisement, you know, and you've got the wind in your hair and everything's lovely. However, reality is something different. And I noticed that for a lot of people, retirement really translated into becoming, you know, fat, frumpy, and frustrated. And so instead of retiring, I'm going to start a business. And I'm going to start a business that the underpinning is all about enriching, unconditional love, nurturing, and really sharing with the world Swamiji's teaching and Hinduism. Otherwise, like I too, without Swamiji, it's really, really clear in my mind, I would be doing what everyone else was doing. And I might have been on the fast track to being, you know, fat, frumpy, and frustrated myself. But with Swamiji, that's not going to happen. And that's not, like, retirement is not for Hindus. And Swamiji is very clear about that. He says, you know, if you retire or you're just waiting to die, you know, you're just putting in time. However, if you are open to enriching and internalizing that divine feminine energy, whatever you want is waiting for you, regardless of your age, whether you want to start a business at 20. And so what does that give you within the context that I'm living and within the inner space that Swamiji has provided is freedom. That's really freedom, is to be able to manifest what I want. And what do I want? I want to have high energy. I want to feel fulfilled. And I realized rather quickly with Swamiji that fulfillment for me is enriching others, is being of service to others. And so at one point in my career, and that kind of coincided when I met Swamiji, is I completely shifted my career. I had a very corporate job and I was, you know, applying for all these jobs, getting promotions. And I was working in areas that, you know, were less and less interesting. So I went back to school and I decided to go in more of a, you know, supporting people in mediation and coaching and ombudsman services. So when I went, after I came back from Swamiji's programs, I just had this strong cognition that my purpose in life is to help others. So step by step, even though many people told me you can't get there from there. Oh, you can't, you know, get this job without 5 years experience. I ignored all that. I just kept taking one step at a time, and I ended up in my ideal job. And then there were other positions that were opening up, and a lot of my colleagues were getting higher and higher positions up the corporate ladder. And with Swamiji's guidance, I decided that's not for me. I don't mind managing, but I also want to maintain and keep seeing clients. And I also want to build a team where I can support them and give them all the training and support they need to be the best practitioners. I would have never had that cognition. I would have just retired like everyone else, and also managed my stress like everyone else. And what do I mean by that is, living in North America, you work your week and you're kind of like a weekend warrior. You can't wait for that Thursday night, Friday night, and the weekend. It's like you live for the weekend. And what do you do to unwind? Well, you might have a few beers, you might have a glass of wine. And then with COVID, we all know that the incidence of whether it's alcohol abuse or pharmaceuticals or drugs is just going through the roof, creating more and more depression. And depression actually was something that I experienced, but not in an obvious way. It was more the depression of success. Before I met Swamiji, as I mentioned, I had everything that life or my family, society expected. I had the job, I had the family, something was missing. And that was the depression of success, is you do everything that you think you need to do. You do everything that you think is right. But at the end, it's shallow. At the end, something is missing. And for me, what was missing is really discovering who I really was and dropping everything that didn't serve me. So there was a lot of anger, a lot of frustration, a lot of fear. And so through Swamiji's inner awakenings, through the yoga, through the meditation, through the detox, like Nirahara Samyama, I've been struggling a little more with that lately, but in the last 10 years, I think I did Nirahara Samyama at least 14 times successfully. So when you detox the body, it's like you also detox the mind and you create this space of really, really high energy. And I think this is what society needs now. This is what women need, and this is what men need as well, because that Hindu feminism, that nurturing energy is not just for women, it's for men. Men have it too. I think society and men might have a more difficult time expressing it because of social pressures of suppressing that. But Swamiji tells us that we can easily nurture that divine feminine. In the morning, waking up, for example, and having the intention of let me radiate a nurturing attitude. Let me enrich my friends, my family. Let me have the context, that inner context of enriching others when I do the steps to start my business. And that intention is really powerful. The other way of connecting with that Devi energy is just nurturing, whether you're raising children or helping the elderly or taking care of animals, all that is nurturing. All that gives you a different experience. For me, honestly, without Swamiji's initiations and blessings and eternal patience, I would have been where I was 10, 12 years from now. Whereas right now, I can see that, I have another, 20, 30 years of work in me, but not work drudgery, not work I have to do it, but from a space of, let me express that Devi energy. Let me express my uniqueness, because we all have a gift. It's all there. And I'm fortunate enough to have had that real support and a completely different understanding of feminism. Feminism not based on competition, not based on anger or violence against anybody, but a real powerful space and a powerful cognition. And that is very much what the world needs today. And it's one person at a time, one decision at a time, one day at a time. So yeah, it's been a remarkable journey. I can also add that through Swamiji, I talked about, changing my career. I also quite easily was able to change my lifestyle. And that is very much part of Hinduism. And stopping the violence, because violence is not, we think of it, someone hitting you, but it's the psychological, it's the words that you tell yourself and others. And it's also the food that you eat. So I became vegan. And I dropped, it's been a long, long time since I've had anything to drink. There's no recreational drugs. It's a completely different way of eating and being. And I never missed the old way. I never missed, people going out and going to the pub. And it took a while because people were always saying, oh, you're not drinking. And it actually would upset some people that I wasn't partaking. But for me, I've never looked back. And talking about having, a beautiful inner space and energy, taking away all these toxins was really, really important for me. And it's nothing I miss at all. So that, Hindu feminism has given me the inspiration to share Swamiji's gifts with others, because our true nature, like everyone's true nature, is to nurture, to love unconditionally, and to enrich. We just might not know it. Whereas pre-Swamiji, I was way more focused on myself and way more focused, let's say, just me and my family. And now I truly, truly do care about others. I care about strangers. I care about humanity in general, because we do all have something to share and something powerful. And, I mentioned earlier kind of, moving up the corporate ladder and the rat race. And one thing Swamiji said once, and it always made me laugh. He said, you can win the rat race, but at the end of the race, you're still a rat. I always thought that was like, okay, note to self. And that's kind of behind door number one. Like, we can just keep doing what society is dishing out, or we can stop and reflect and say, I want something else. And I would say behind door number two is the really powerful science of Hinduism. Behind door number two is you have the ability to open that door to your true nature. And that true nature is the divine feminine energy that nurtures you, that loves you, that heals you. And then once you heal, then you could be of service to others. And throughout my career, I've met a lot of good people that have wanted to help others. Oh, I'd like to do some volunteer work overseas, or, I'd like to work with women or men, and unfortunately, a lot of them, it's just kind of a pipe dream. Why? Because they're too tired. Why? Because they're so dragged down by their own life, and the toll that society takes on them, that they never actually get to live have a fulfilling life. And Swamiji has told us that's why people are so afraid of death, because as you get closer to death, you realize, oh my God, I didn't do what I wanted to do. There's something missing, and intuitively we all kind of, in the dark moment, or a moment of, reflection, it's like something's missing, something's not okay. And Swamiji provides all that, whether it's like, especially now with all the online programs, with yoga, with detox, there's something for everyone, because everyone, men and women, have that, I think, birthright to manifest their true potential and to feel that Kundalini awakening, to feel experientially a really strong, to actually like yourself, like truly like yourself, not just a Facebook post where everything looks good, like to truly love yourself, and then to be able to share that with others. So in a nutshell, that's been my experience.
See, one quote that Swamiji shares is very stood up for me, which is, he says, woman is emotion and her very breathing is power, right? So it's such a powerful statement. Every time I remember that, I feel empowered. And by this, I feel we are all being reminded of an extraordinary potential that we have to bring stability to the world, right? Because we are sharing here our own experiences, but in reality, every single woman has an experience like that, for sure. And if each one of us stands for Hinduism, stands for the revival of this science, because it's a science, right? Everything that that Swamiji gives, whether it is puja, whether it is, yoga, Panchakriya, whatever it is, everything is, a science. So for me, how my body transformed, how everything, single aspect in my life transformed through all of these practices. And this is something that has been taken from humanity. I feel that we have the responsibility to bring this back, to stand. I think it has really come the time to stand for the Sanatana Hindu Dharma and really make sure that each woman gets empowered to stand for herself. Because sometimes I feel, when we are attending programs, right, like Paramashivam, Paramashivam for 21 days, right? So if you're a mother, you have children, sometimes as a woman, you feel maybe, guilty, right? Or, I'm spending all of this time in a program, but my family is not taken care of. But in reality, there is the most compassionate thing that you can do, because, that is how we empower also our own families. So, yes.
Yes, very much so. And you bring up a good point, because often we'll say, well, especially as women, like, okay, well, I've got this to do. Other people are counting on me, and you get pressure often from family and friends. And I went through that, even when I changed my lifestyle. And I told one of my sister, I said that, I'm not drinking. I haven't drank anything in a year. She burst out laughing and said, oh, it's only a matter of time. She had no idea of my commitment, or once you don't have that in your system, it's like, I don't want that ever, and so it's the enriching your family. And now no one thinks twice. Or if I say, oh, I'm doing a program, they get it, and there's, for myself, Swamiji will come in and help. Like if you have a barrier, it's like, oh, my husband's not supportive, my kids are not supportive. I have friends or family that say, negative things about Swamiji. If you have the intention, if in your heart of hearts that you just connect with yourself and say, okay, what is it that I want? I want to feel peace. I want to feel good about myself. I want to make a difference for me and others. And you're just sincere in that intention, and connect with Swamiji. Just look at his picture. Even if you feel, well, I don't really know this fellow very much, he's new to me. Just connect in whatever way works for you, and you will see. You will see how things shift for you. It has to shift, and it's shifted for me so many times. And being a bit, as they say, longer in the tooth, I had a whole lifetime to complete. It's like a major excavation, but it was worth it. It was very, very fulfilling. And yes, definitely Hinduism is the way of the future. Why? Because it has something for everybody, and it's based on experience, and it's based on real healing. And as we say, the proof's in the pudding from everyone that's benefited from Swamiji and Hinduism.
Yes, and what we are seeing today is the story of two beautiful women who have gone through huge things in life, but how they're able to empower themselves by teachings, and how Swamiji has really shifted them from within and gave a complete new perspective, new dimension, and how they've evolved themselves in different leadership positions in life today. The value of Hindu feminism, that what we are seeking today, is something so phenomenal, and there are huge number of contributions that Swamiji has done to empower feminine consciousness. So we can take a look at some of them. Yes, so there were several women empower camps that were conducted by Swamiji over the years, and especially to empower all the rural women in India. And what you're seeing here is the courtyard sessions where the Balasans, female Balasans, are empowered to empowered and initiated to manifest powers. Empowering women in the field of arts, where whether it is dance or music or every other form of arts, how Swamiji has empowered the feminine consciousness to express themselves fully. And we also have here the 108 women empowerment centers that Swamiji had inaugurated back in 2008 itself. Yes, what you're seeing here are the pictures from 2009 women empowerment centers. And these are all the various programs that Swamiji conducted, and where the rural women, especially, they were benefited by this cause. Yes, and these are all the different medical camps that Swamiji conducted over the years to help and benefit the health of the rural women. Once again, these are all the various programs that Swamiji has conducted over the years to empower women to their full potential, whether it is in terms of spiritual counseling or helping them in their livelihood, advancing arts, especially the Hindu art forms. And the agriculture, even the sovereign order of Kailasa, Swamiji had inspired all of them to even learn agriculture. And the Kailasa temples worldwide has empowered the women to perform the temple rituals. This is probably the Vedic temple where for the first time the women are empowered to perform temples, Hindu rituals by themselves. And what you're seeing here is the arts, Hindu arts, where Swamiji has empowered the women to perform the Uttamottama Seva to one and all. Now, to accomplish this goal of robust, sustainable, balanced, and inclusive growth in society, what Swamiji is doing is incredible contributions by reviving the true spirit of Hindu feminism. What we saw today, whether it is Priya Prema or Susan's journey, has been so touching, so many lives today. It's mainly because how they have come out to express what they've gone through in lives and how there is solution for everything. And like what Swamiji has many times shared with all of us, Hinduism has solutions for every single problem out there, especially whatever the world is facing. And all we need to do is revive Hinduism, revive all the techniques and methodologies that Swamiji is sharing from Hinduism, share it with the world, and that is exactly what Kailasa's various agencies and the various international humanitarian agencies, Kailasa's various educational platforms, everything is doing, everything is sharing this science of Hindu feminism and the knowledge repositories that Hinduism has got to overcome every single life problem that we are facing. And I'm just looking through the comments in various platforms. Right. So Nathan Porter is saying that may Shiva return to earth, incarnate with all the powers and majesty. That's what Swamiji has incarnated, and he is reviving this whole Sanatana Hindu Dharma through the glory. And yes, so the revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma is what is happening through the Sarvanyapita. Every day we've been sharing about various aspects of Sarvanyapita. One aspect of Sarvanyapita, what we have seen in today's sharing, is all about the revival of the divine feminine consciousness, the revival of Hindu feminism. When it is revived, what is the impact that it can create in society through a variety of projects and initiatives, and how it impacts in individual, in the community, and how it impacts the nation by itself. So the revival of Yogini Sarvanyapita that Swamiji has done over the years is all about making this process of power manifestation in a most powerful way, where women can express the extraordinary powers of Paramashivam, and at the same time they are able to express themselves in all the various dimensions which they have not explored before. So this level of in-depth revival and empowerment of feminine consciousness has never happened before, and that is exactly what Swamiji is doing. And every single wing, every single aspect of Sarvanyapita is all there to address these issues, address the global issues, and finding the right Hindu solutions. So I request everybody out there to take some time to file your intentions. You can file your intentions, post your intentions in skshp.org/contribute. And would like to really thank Priya Prema and Susan Davidson from the bottom of my heart to grace the show with such powerful sharings. I'm sure there are so many people out there who are truly benefited by what you shared today.
Thank you so much, Ma, for inviting.
Thank you. So,
Thank you.
Now back to the Sarvanyapita avatar has descended to this planet Earth to revive the Sanatana Hindu Dharma to its original glory. Every day we've been seeing different aspects, different problems that the current world is facing, and how Swamiji has solved these problems, or in fact made these problems redundant, gave a complete new perspective to the problems today by again and again presenting the right solutions, user-friendly solutions from Hinduism. This revival of Hinduism and presenting the right user-friendly solutions from Hinduism to the world is what one of the most important aspects of Sarvanyapita. If you feel that yes, this is something to the world, especially when 1 in 3 women are facing the gender violence today, what is the way out? What is the way how we can empower ourselves and to find a society which is all inclusive, which is inclusive and cooperative, and where the gender justice and gender equality is the norm of the society? Kailasa is the solution. Kailasa is really the solution where you can experience the true Hindu feminism, where it is not about competing with women. It is about expressing the uniqueness of who you are and what you do. So, would like to request all the viewers out there to take a few minutes and file your intentions. You can post your intentions in sksjp.org/contribute. Yes, let's take a few minutes to post our intentions. To post our intentions in sksjp.org/contribute. Right. And also, all the viewers, whoever would like to request for a third eye scan for you to manifest the Sarvanyapita, you can post your interest to get scanned. So everybody who's interested to get your third eye scanned, to move the obstacles, whatever is the obstacle, to manifest Sarvanyapita, you can post that and we will
all of you spend little time, study what is your secret coding of the software which is coordinating your body, which is keeping you alive. Understand? I want all of you to know, you can scan your body consciously and scan others' body consciously. It is simply possible. Just little unclutching you need. Practice little unclutching. That's all. That is all. That is all you need. this Pachapatni Vratam, I'm planning. We will be having it for 28 days. That will help you intensely to discover the secret software coding with which you are functioning. You operate. You keep your organism alive. If you know that secret code, you can remove all the viruses and all the diseases, disorders. Live forever as long as you want. Understand? I want all of you to know, listen carefully. Genetically itself, Hindu women carry this knowledge. This knowledge is in the DNA of Hindu women. Hindu women are the best to make a stable family. Whether as head of the family or a sannyasi, nun, Hindu women are the best. In the whole world. Go to the statistics. I am not making blah blah statements. Hindu origin, Hindu heritage women. See the diverse rate. Compare it with the women from other civilization. Hindu women are the most stable family heads. Whether in business, running a family, professional success, even as nuns. The terrorists who are trying to destroy Hinduism, they steal Hindu women because they know Hindu women make best family. They make the best family head. It's not something recently. For last 1,000 years, our women are stolen. That is why our women decide to jump into fire the moment they feel that they will be stolen by the terrorists and invaders. They commit sati. If they know that they are going to be stolen by terrorists and invaders. Just the core part of the Christian nuns is Hindu women converted. Go and study. Then you will understand what I am saying is true. Only in India, 75,000 nuns. From where they are coming? From Hindu civilization, converted. They form the core, backbone of Christian conversion mechanism, the missionary mechanism. Whether as a grihastha or as professional or as nun, Hindu women are the best.
Yes, I'm just looking into the comments. Whoever is talking about the Hindu feminism segment. Thank you so much for the guest speakers who came and shared their valuable life journey. And now let us go to the power manifestation session, where I'm going to scan people, whoever is feeling stuck in manifesting SJP. So Hiranmayi has asked for a scan, Nithyananda. So let us please sit straight, chant Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramo Om Nithya Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Hiranmayi, one thing what Swamiji is showing is pick up 3 things in your life which you have deliberately given up, deliberately decided that this is not for you, it's very difficult and I don't think I can succeed. So pick up 3 things in your life which you have deliberately given up, and today take a sankalpa that you are not going to give up, you will actually take one step towards it. The moment you start taking one step towards it, you will see whatever is right now stuck towards your manifestation for SJP, you will simply move on. The Swamiji's grace and blessings, it will simply happen. So write down 3 things in your life where you have given up deliberately because of some impossibility that you cherish. So I request anybody else, whoever is requesting for a third eye scan, you can post that in the MPSN group or in the YouTube live chat. Yes. So with this, we come to the end of this session, and we will get ready for the Darshan, the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, manifesting as the. So requesting all the participants and viewers to get ready for the Darshan.
Visualize, meditate, connect with him. He is a living, alive being.
Nityanandam. We had such a beautiful sharing by Manitya Priya Premananda and Ma Suzanne Davidson. Many of us uh, from different walks of life listening to this would have encountered similar crises and situations in your life, right? It was not actually when I was listening to Ma Priya Prema and Ma Suzanne Davidson, both of them share the different perspectives of how being with Swamiji empowered them as a woman, right? They're different in the different facets of their life. And I just remembered how so many people, I have seen so many, I have heard from so many people who have experienced, who were from different walks of life, who have experienced phenomenal healing and empowerment after coming to Swamiji. Here, I can see so many of you. I have heard from Jyoti Konda. I've heard from so many of you that are here right now. So, I request each of you to share. How many of you sitting here, when you listen to this, when you listen to the sharing from Ma Priya Prema and from Ma Suzanne Davidson, how many of you felt, oh my God, yes, after I met Swamiji, I never would have ever cognized myself like this if not for Swamiji. I would have never understood what feminism or what empowerment is all about if not for Swamiji. It's not, this question is not just limited to women, it's also for men, everyone that I hear, everyone that I hear. So I request all of you to share with us, how have you felt empowered after you met Swamiji? What did you feel as, the strength or the empowerment that happened in your inner space after you met Swamiji? Because many times the cultural upbringing that we have, the societal upbringing that we have, feeds us into with multiple of these ideas, be it related to gender, be it the all the pressure that society adds us about gender, about being whichever, right? There's so much of pressure. You have to be a certain way. And we're all stereotyped. Genders are stereotyped. And a lot of this, many of us face. It can be because of your religious identity, your cultural identity, your gender-based identity, or your belief. It can be any of this. But many of us have multiple times faced this in our lives. So I request every one of you here that are sitting with us to take a few minutes and let us know on Facebook. Please go ahead and post on Facebook which aspect have you felt empowered after meeting Swamiji. Ma Upendrananda, Ma Swatantra, Ma Jalandhara Sthitananda, Ma Devika Rani Rapatam, Ma Zeng Shuyon, and Ma Sadashiva Yogini, Ma Nitya Naresha. I request everyone here, Ma Durjati and Ma Yoga Malar. I request everyone, Ma Sally Besant Tekeste, Ma Brahmanyana, Ma Margarita, Ma Hilde Jararet, and Ma Abha Sharma. Wow, there's a lot of you that are sitting here. Rahul Aswani here. So I request all of you to take next few minutes. Please post on Facebook which aspect did you feel is unique to your introduction about understanding what is gender equality, or understanding about the how in multiple times where the society has conditioned you a certain way, how after meeting Swamiji you felt empowered and you were able to break that path, you were able to tread that path into a completely successful and healed aspect of yourself. I request every one of you to share this. I'm sure everyone here has a story to tell. Everyone here, like what we heard beautifully from Ma Priya Prema or Ma Suzanne Davidson, I'm sure everyone here has. Actually, it's very concerning that despite of the centuries, I would say, of different types of empowerment being done, right? Like earlier when it was Sanatana Hindu Dharma, all the kingdoms, the basic nations were thriving. And at that time, having women and where women were worshipped. Even in our scriptures, it very clearly says how it is valuable as a question. Right. So at that time, the way how women were respected was completely different from now. How, despite all progress in recent years, women still face many barriers to empowerment. These can include discrimination, lack of access to education, healthcare, cultural norms that limit women's roles and opportunities. And if you actually go into the root of this whole thing, it starts from the fundamental cognitions that we carry about ourselves, that we carry about women, the cognitions that we carry, how we hold ourselves, how we hold others, and what society teaches us to believe. The mentality needs to be completely transformed. Very beautifully, Swamiji has explained, saying how it is not about equal opportunity alone. It's not about, okay, say that, okay, I'm being a woman, that this. That alone is not the thing of a real empowerment. It is about you discovering your ultimate power, awakening that divine feminine consciousness in you, and from within being empowered. And you have the ability to progress in your life, take decisions in your life, have the ability to handle, digest things in your life, and build yourself strongly, powerfully.
Actually, that's it. It's very beautiful. Shastra Pramana Manusmriti, where the verse beautifully says, Yatra naryastu pujyante ramantre tatra devataha, yatrastu na pujyante sarvas tatra phala kriyaha. It says, where women are honored, divinity blossoms there. Wherever women are dishonored, all action, no matter what, how noble it may be, remains unfruitful. It is not just about women, or it's not just about what we understand as women empowerment. It's about the whole gender barrier being completely broken, and how it completely changes the very ecosystem around us is entirely different. And it is only with Swamiji here we get that extremely beautiful space around us.
Actually, if you see, right, the kind of trauma and the emotional abuse that women go through, actually not just women, anyone in this gender discrimination, people that are this gender discrimination go through, whether the kind of trauma or the abuse, physical and mental health issues that arise as a result of these abuse. The survivors of these victims, that survivors of these kind of abuses are not like they try to only come out of it, they try to cope up with it. There are many rehabilitation centers that are there that help. But what Swamiji is doing is something phenomenal, because Swamiji is addressing the very root of the issue and changing the very perspective. Today in Kailasa, 80% of leaders are women. In Kailasa, all of us know, we've been, like many of us here, I would say most of us here have been with Swamiji for more than 5 years, 6 years minimum, right? And all of us have seen how Swamiji, the kind of cognitions, be it starting from worshipping Devi Para Shakti, the ultimate divine cosmic mother, bringing in mother worship, or the stance Swamiji has about the 11 genders and the empowerment Swamiji gives about gender equality, and 80% of leaders in Kaya are women. This kind of initiatives that Swamiji has taken. Ma Pranapriya also showed us a lot of pictures which showed the different other initiatives helping rural women, helping the indigenous tribal women, and giving them economic support, emotional support, spiritual support,
so that they can build their lives and come out of all the social norms that have been instilled on them, which is restricting, which is stopping this, making them be bound within themselves. Despite of all of it, there are so many women that are able to come out of all of these, breaking barriers, and are able to really so beautifully. Manika Premananda was sharing how, despite of whatever she had gone through, how it was Swamiji who healed her from all of that and showed her the possibility of a life where there need not be any abuse. Swamiji gives us the most powerful cognition that you can never be violent. Today, if you become part of the Maha Kailasa, you will see how just by you becoming a part of it, you are saving many, many, many women's lives. Lady had one, I think, just how one was from a totally different perspective of how even after retirement, she felt she still has a possibility in her life because of the strong fundamental cognition as the human being is a seed and is a possibility. And we also heard from Priya Prema how she shared what people think, society thinks being a model, being a star celebrity, is that bling life is the most successful life. But she shared what actually happened to her, what are the different things she faced, and how it was how she is feeling empowered from within. Now, if you're watching this and if you feel that you want to take a step, be a part of this great revival that Swamiji is doing, and transformation that Swamiji is bringing into all of our mental systems, helping women to actually break through these barriers, then become part of Mahavira. Your support, your step to become a part of this will make you be a part of this most auspicious initiative of empowering women.
And
Real
if
empowerment.
you will even empower you, allowing that space of experience, highest consciousness of yourself. So now, yes, and okay, there are many of you who have posted your comments.
Priya Yogini and Nithyananda said what the monks shared just now was particularly great and shocking. Suddenly feel that women have been invisible violence and violence is everywhere.
And Madhevika and has posted. Definitely, I'm feeling empowered. So much healing has happened. I received so much right knowledge about life from sessions. I love myself and others, giving me confidence to face myself and the world. Thank you, Bhagwan and Sangha. Absolutely, if not for Swamiji, world would have never ever gotten this science. It is not just to do with us, our identity as women, or just gender limited. Even empowering us to realize that we are divine, we are conscious, that we are not bound by these genders. And Swamiji brought in this whole thing. When we are fighting about, men or women, Swamiji is bringing this whole thing about 11 genders in Hinduism. Hinduism is rich with the knowledge that we have. There are so many powerful truths, powerful cognitions, and ways to exist.
On Nithya Yogini shared very beautifully how this you're able to understand about this violence, right? Ma Nithya Yogini, you tell in the place where you live, how many times or you don't need to actually tell me, but just look inside you. What kind of different restrictions, discriminations, and abuses your dear have been a victim of? The one and only solution for this is Swamiji, and this revival is Swamiji.
connected here, here you have a huge possibility. Today you can become a part of Maha Kailasa, be a part to really transform people's lives. You can be a part of saving many, many thousands of women's lives. We have so many people that are here who are actually survivors of so many emotional traumas, of the societal discrimination that they have been. And this one only Swamiji who can help us, save us from this, and transform the entire society, the secular society. Now, all the YouTube viewers that are there with us, you all also can be a part of this. You can become part of this grand mission that Swamiji is doing. If you really think you have to be, really there should be a difference. There has to be a change in this world and real women empowerment has to happen, then become part of that cause today.
And take the step now. And every one of you that are here, you can put your intention beside to be a part of the and you all can sign up in the link. Just go check it. You all can go to sksjp.org/contribute and please sign up there. Please let us know your intention. You can be part of the and now with this, it is time for all of us to get ready to enter into the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. I know everyone sitting here are waiting to receive the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Today, we are going to be having the darshan of the forms of Paramashiva, the ferocious forms of Paramashiva, as Virabhadra, as Samhara Murthy, as Matsya Samhara Murthy, and Simhagna Murthy, and a lot of different forms of Paramashiva. So let us all get ready to the darshan. And just as we are entering the darshan, because every one of you, please settle down. We are going to be entering into darshan, and darshan is the sacred space, the most powerful sacred space for us to experience, tap, open the doors to our highest person, as divine, whatever we call it. And that's pure space of oneness with Swamiji. Normally, we all go and see deities in temples, but it is not easy for us to connect that ultimate consciousness with deities. Not because the Archavataras deities are not powerful, but because human beings are not matured enough to experience that higher state of consciousness through Archavataras. And therefore, out of that supreme compassion, the Nijavatara, physical embodied form within, to bridge that gap between human beings and the Archavataras and the divine, and they bridge this gap and take us through. So all the participants that are sitting here during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, we are all going to be experiencing this same space where Nijavatara of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, our beloved Swamiji, is going to literally bridge us from being human to becoming God. Right? And this space is the most powerful space where you are extremely you're extremely malleable, means you can be molded into divine. And in this space, whatever you set as your intention, that just becomes present inside you. Whether you want to manifest wealth, health, successful business, or enlightenment itself, whatever level of desire you have, this space is the most conducive space for you to manifest these desires. That process is what we call as Shaktini Pada, where the bridging of the gap between human to divine happens, and only an avatar can do that. Only in the presence of the avatar, you can sit thousands of miles apart, and the avatar can entangle you, and through the Shaktini Pada, lift you to the highest state of consciousness. Modern science is just starting to learn this, and it is understanding this as quantum tunneling, where beyond the parameters of time and space, the energy or the entanglement happens between two particles. This is what modern science is just beginning to understand, but Hinduism had mastered this, and this was in fact practiced ingrained into our traditions. And the Guru Shishya Sampradaya, the master disciple lineage, is founded on this core principle of entangling, feeling connection, Guru Bhakti. And it is through that umbilical cord connection that the Master transmits the highest knowledge to the disciples. And every one of us that are sitting here, we are going to be experiencing this same space during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan.
And all you need to do is just sit in this space. One is going to manifest. Avatar is going to manifest. The different samhara murtis for all of us. And ferociously, awaken the ferociousness in us so that we can experience the real empowerment in us. And so that we can experience that real powerfulness to have the ability to break from any kind of impossibilities or fear of failures that we might have been facing in the past. Understand today is very, very, very powerful darshan. Let us all get ready for the darshan. Please sit their head, take its spine in a straight line.
Chanting the Mahavakya. Meditate on the form of Swamiji in your Anandaganda, connecting with the Nijavatara, the living embodied form of
Sit as Paramashivam. Inhale and exhale.
Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Visualize, meditate, connect with him. He's a living
Nithyananda
being.
Paramashivam.
Remember, you are
Oh,
Salokya means you are found in this form.
Paramashivam.
I am initiating Salokya Mukti.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
त्रिलोचनाय भस्माङ्गरागाय माहेश्वराय नागेन्द्रहाराय त्रिलोचनाय भस्माङ्गरागाय माहेश्वराय नित्याय शुद्धाय दिगम्बराय तस्मै नकाराय नमः शिवाय नमः शिवाय नमः शिवाय नमः शिवाय नमः शिवाय सहमोदते
பித்தனே சித்தனே உலகோரின் பித்தெல்லாம் தெளிவித்து ஞான வித்தை தந்தவனே நித்யானந்த பெருவாழ்வின் பொருளானவனே நித்யானந்த பெருவாழ்வின் பொருளானவனே தியானக்கரம் நீட்டி எம்மை ஆண்டு கொண்டவனே அருள் தருவாய் நித்யானந்தனே. தகமலை வந்த மகாதேவிகமாய் நின்றவா அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. தகமலை வந்த மகாதேவிகமாய் நின்றவா அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. கட்டி தரும் நித்யானந்தன் தியானம் தன்னை செய்தாலது பக்தியோடும் ஸ்ரத்தையோடும் நித்யா உன்னை பூஜிப்பது. பல நாள் தவமோ பல நாள் நித்யானந்தன் ரூபம் இன்று இறையே குருவின் உருவில் வையம் காக்கும் எண்ணம் கொண்டு தகமலை வந்த மகாதேவிகமாய் நின்றவா அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. தகமலை வந்த மகாதேவிகமாய் நின்றவா அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. சொர்க்கம் என்றாலே அன்பு வழிதானே என்றே நீ உற்சாகமாக உணர்த்திட இன்பம் கண்டோமே. சொர்க்கம் என்றாலே அன்பு வழிதானே என்றே நீ உற்சாகமாக உணர்த்திட இன்பம் கண்டோமே. உள்ளமது சொர்க்கம் அதை அண்டு தன்னில் தான் தேடுது. உள்ளுரையும் ஆனந்தத்தின் எல்லை வீர உண்டாகுது. நாடும் மடியாரை நித்திய தியானம் தன்னை தந்து இங்கு தேடும் சுக வாழ்வை தர நித்யானந்தன் ரூபம் கொண்டு தகமலை வந்த மகாதேவிகமாய் நின்றவா அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. தகமலை வந்த மகாதேவிகமாய் நின்றவா அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. உள்ளுக்குள் உண்டாகும் நித்ய ஆனந்தம் கண்டாலே உள்ளம் தெய்வீகம் கொண்டாடும் என்றாய் நித்யானந்தா நீ. கள்ளங்கள் இல்லாமல் கொள்ளும் தெய்வீகம் எந்நாளும் எம்மை ஞானத்தின் மெய்வாழ்வில் சேர்க்கும் யுக்தி தந்தாய் நீ. உள்ளுக்குள் உண்டாகும் நித்ய ஆனந்தம் கண்டாலே உள்ளம் தெய்வீகம் கொண்டாடும் என்றாய் நித்யானந்தா நீ. கள்ளங்கள் இல்லாமல் கொள்ளும் தெய்வீகம் எந்நாளும் எம்மை ஞானத்தின் மெய்வாழ்வில் சேர்க்கும் யுக்தி தந்தாய் நீ. நித்யாவன் பாதம் அதை கண்டாலே போதும் மெய்ஞானம் வாழ்வில் பொறியாக குடியேறும். அகமும் தெளிந்தே ஆனந்த கூத்தாடி நித்யானந்தன் தான். ஆகாரம் எல்லாம் அங்கு அடியோடு மாறும், மிக வாழ்வில் என்றும் நித்யானந்தம் கூடும். ஜகமே மகிழ என்னாலும் ஆனந்த மழை அருளாய் பொழிவான், தெய்வீகம் தன்னை தந்திட. தகமலை வந்தவா தெய்வீகமாய் நின்றவா, அண்டத்துக்கே நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. தங்கமலை வந்தவா தெய்வீகமாய் நின்றவா, அண்டத்துக்கே நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. சொர்க்கம் என்றாலே அன்பு வழிதானே என்றே நீ உற்சாகமாக உணர்த்திட இன்பம் கண்டோமே. சொர்க்கம் என்றாலே அன்பு வழிதானே என்றே நீ உற்சாகமாக உணர்த்திட இன்பம் கண்டோமே. உள்ளமது சொர்க்கமே அண்ட தன்னில் தான் தேடுது, உள்ளுரையும் ஆனந்தத்தின் எல்லை வீர உண்டாகுது. ஆடும் மடியாரை நித்தி தேடும் சுக வாழ்வை தர நித்யானந்தன் ரூபம் கொண்டு. தகமலை வந்தவா தெய்வீகமாய் நின்றவா, அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. தகமலை வந்தவா தெய்வீகமாய் நின்றவா, அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. உள்ளுக்குள் உண்டாகும் நித்ய ஆனந்தம் கண்டாலே உள்ளம் தெய்வீகம் கொண்டாடும் என்றாய் நித்யானந்தா நீ. கள்ளங்கள் இல்லாமல் கொள்ளும் தெய்வீகம் என்னாலும் எம்மை ஞானத்தின் மெய்வாழ்வில் சேர்க்கும் யுக்தி தந்தாய் நீ. உள்ளுக்குள் உண்டாகும் நித்ய ஆனந்தம் கண்டாலே உள்ளம் தெய்வீகம் கொண்டாடும் என்றாய் நித்யானந்தா நீ. கள்ளங்கள் இல்லாமல் கொள்ளும் தெய்வீகம் என்னாலும் எம்மை ஞானத்தின் மெய்வாழ்வில் சேர்க்கும் யுக்தி தந்தாய் நீ. நித்யாவன் பாதம் அதை கண்டாலே போதும், மெய்யானம் வாழ்வில் பொறியாக குடியேறும். அகமும் தெளிந்தே ஆனந்தம் வளர்ந்தான், மெய்யானம் எம்முள் வந்திட. தகமலை வந்தவா தெய்வீகமாய் நின்றவா, அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. தகமலை வந்தவா தெய்வீகமாய் நின்றவா, அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்தவா. தகமலை வந்தவா தெய்வீகமாய் நின்றவா, அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. தங்கமலை வந்தவா தெய்வீகமாய் நின்றவா, அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. கட்டி தரும் நித்யானந்தன் தியானம் தன்னை செய்தாலது, பக்தியோடும் ஸ்ரத்தையோடும் நித்யா உன்னை பூஜிப்பது. பல நாள் தவமோ பல நாள் நித்யானந்தன் ரூபம் இன்று இறையே குருவின் உருவில் வையம் காக்கும் எண்ணம் கொண்டு. தகமலை வந்தவா தெய்வீகமாய் நின்றவா, அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. நித்யானந்த சத்குருவின் காலடியை பற்ற மற்ற எண்ணமெல்லாம் ஓடிவிடுமே. மனம் கொண்ட எண்ணமோடு குரு நித்யனப்பன் சக்தி அது வாழ்வில் பெருமே தருமே. அப்பன் தந்த ஜனமெல்லாம் சித்தம் செய்ய சித்தம் சுத்தம் கொண்டிடும் நித்யா அந்த சக்தி சுத்தி கொண்ட சித்தம் தன்னில் ஏடும் பின்னே. ஆத்ம ஞானம் கூடுமே, வாழ்வே நித்யானந்தமாகுமே. ஆத்ம ஞானம் கூடுமே, வாழ்வே நித்யானந்தமாகுமே. நித்யானந்த சத்குருவின் காலடியை பற்ற மற்ற எண்ணமெல்லாம் ஓடிவிடுமே. மனம் கொண்ட எண்ணமோட குரு நித்யனவன் சக்தி அது வாழ்வில் பெருமே தருமே. ஆடும் மகிழும் உன்னுள் அச்சத்தையே விதைக்குது, அசைய மெது மெதுவா பேராசையா மாத்துது. ஆடும் மகிழும் உன்னுள் அச்சத்தையே விதைக்குது, அசைய மெது மெதுவா பேராசையா மாத்துது. ஆன்மீக வாழ்வு தரும் ஆனந்தமும் தேடி வர ஆகாது ஆசையச்ச தூர ஓட்டிடு. ஆன்மீக வாழ்வு தரும் ஆனந்தமும் தேடி வர ஆகாது ஆசையச்ச தூர ஓட்டிடு. நித்ய மந்திரமாச்சு வாழ்வின் அனந்த யந்திரமாச்சு. நித்ய மந்திரமாச்சு வாழ்வின் அனந்த யந்திரமாச்சு. ஆடலாம் பாடலாம் கொண்டாடலாம் வாழ்வு காண நித்தை தந்த வழி இது